My camera's not working. This is a heck of a way to start out. Oh no. Well, we will fix this. There we go. There we go. Oh, I didn't move that over. All right. Oh my. I was about to hit stream and OBS crashed. So let's cross our fingers here. If you haven't figured out by the title, a little bit different of a stream today. We are not doing software stuff today. We're doing hardware stuff today, particularly a new computer build. So I've been looking at building a new computer for I don't know, 6 months now, ever since this like new generation stuff has started coming out, which was last fall is probably about when the announcements started coming out, and they were planning on they were like teasing releases and such. And we finally hit that point where everything that I cared about or was interested in seeing performance numbers on has released. So it was time to pull the trigger. We have almost the full build. I don't have a graphics card because I don't know that I need it immediately. And the graphics cards are really expensive. So it was partly just a little bit easier to, or it was an easy way to like spread the cost out just a little bit, but also a little bit less complicated if I just don't have to worry about the video card theoretically. I will probably end up throwing a video card in very soon thereafter, but we've got enough here that we can actually build a computer that is going to be usable. So fingers crossed we can get through it in a reasonable amount of time and without issues. The camera thing was not a great thing to start off with though. Okay, we're gonna switch over here. I have this up. We'll probably, I'm presuming that a lot of the documentation is going to be PDF based, so I'll probably pull it up on my main monitor here as we're working. Is this? Let's make this big. And then we also have a second camera here, which I'll probably be switching back and forth between. It's my that's my phone cord. So we got a little bit of area here to work with. I'm not going to be doing much typing, so I'm actually going to shift this around, and I can move this back a little bit here to give us a little bit more room. I'll start pulling stuff out. Now, it has been a hot minute since I built a computer. I was saying to a few friends the other day, I think the last time I built a computer is when it was on CD-ROM. When you did the Windows install through a CD-ROM. So this is going to be a Windows build. I have a Mac and I intend to continue using that, but that's a laptop. That's a separate thing I can use apart from what this box is going to do. Having a separate graphics card I think will allow us to, it's going to be a nice CPU, speaking of which. I think this is going to be really nice for doing anything with Rust. Those multi-core compiles. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Especially compared to what I'm streaming on right now, which is a laptop. It's an Origin PC i9. So it's no joke. But it's hard to keep laptops cool. And I was having issues with thermal throttling. And I mean, it's a 8th gen and they're in 13th gen now, so it was due. It was time for an upgrade. But this plus whatever GPU we end up going with, I think that's going to be really nice for this, especially streaming aspect. You know, I can use it for games and whatnot too. That'll be great. But streams, compiling, editing. If we want to do anything with machine learning type stuff, like heavy GPU compute, I think that space is what you can do with the GPU. I think is becoming more interesting. Hey, Equilibrium, good to see you. Okay, so CPU. It is the Ryzen 7950X. I don't know if you can read it on there. Pretty nice CPU. That's the basically the top of the line AMD at this point. Got a NVMe SSE. Whoa! I'm gonna have to. Just one right now. I don't know that I'm. We've got a lot of space. We've got a lot of space on this motherboard. Speaking of which, and this is a heavy freaking box. We can put like, I don't know, 5 NVMe drives on this. So if I need to expand, I can. That 2 terabyte will be fine for now. And I've got like separate NAS storage, and I can use my laptop still. I'll probably plug it in downstairs and use it. But we have options. This box is kind of grubby though. I was not impressed. Hey Dimitri, good to see you. What else we got? RAM, DDR5. That should be nice. 64 gigabits. Doesn't actually say it on here. Yeah, 32 by 2. I've got 4 slots, so we can always expand. But this should be nice. Capture card, Elgato. Got a nice PSU down here. I'm not gonna pick that up because it's heavy. This is the CPU cooler. From what I was reading, the performance on this tends to be it's really hard to measure this kind of stuff. And there's a few people that have done pretty thorough reviews, and this one consistently came out, if not the top, very close to the top. And it's hard to get good reviews on those because they last longer than the CPU cycles. So like that cooler is like, I want to say it's a few years old. But it's a combination of like when a CPU comes out relative to when a cooler comes out, and that CPU requires X number of watts of cooling. If it's all the testing is done on a previous generation, we get new generations of CPU that require more cooling. We might have been basically not really bottleneck on the cooler, but like the limits of the cooler might not have actually been tested, if that makes sense. So I was having a really hard time finding actual good testing data in any of that, but that one seems to be a really good one. And I enjoy the aesthetic. And then we got a fractal case. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but nope. We can switch over here real quick. The fractal Metrify 2. Seems like a pretty popular case. I mentioned that I was interested in it, and like 4 or 5 other people that I know were like, yeah, I got that case too. If the picture would load. There we go. Wow. Should have give us plenty of space. Are we getting into 3D or game dev? We have done Blender on stream. If you type in the chat, wherever your chat is, I guess over there or down there. If you type !drop, we did a bunch of assets in Blender, pulled them into our scene using GLTF, the GLTF format, and React 3 Fiber. And if you type in that command, it should, presuming I didn't break anything, drop up all of the models that we made on stream. As far as game dev, I'm interested in game dev, and it's cool, but I don't think it's anything that I have any intention to getting into at the moment. Because there's a lot that goes into it, and there's just other things that I think I'm better suited to focus on. There's plenty of game devs out there, as far as streaming goes, if that's something that you're interested in. So I've got some breadth, but I definitely want to go depth on a handful of topics, at least on this channel. So 3D in general is something that I have some background in. My previous industry or career was structural engineering, so I did a lot with modeling, 3D modeling buildings. So I have some background there, which is why we've done Blender stuff and pulled it into the web dev space as well. But the game dev is just not, I don't think anything that's going to be valuable for me to get into on stream. So as far as the GPU goes and new computer, I think it's gonna be really beneficial for Rust. With a GPU and a nice CPU in here, I can stream off of the same computer. That'll make my setup simpler. And anything with like we might be able to throw some compute at the GPU, especially like as in I suspect I'm probably going to go with NVIDIA, an NVIDIA card, because they've been really pushing the software game there. So I think that might be an interesting space to play around with. But most of that's probably going to be in the envelope of doing things with Rust, and like instead of throwing it at the CPU, we throw it at the GPU instead. But TBD. Okay. So let's what do we start with first? I think we get this open, we get our motherboard open, we get the CPU installed. I don't think we're gonna have an issue with the cooler conflicting with anything on there, but I want to double check that. So get the CPU installed, potentially the RAM. And then I think we start looking at the case. So let's pop this open. It's really weird seeing this like pattern, and the CPUs that last I looked at were like very different. I don't think there's really anything else in here that we care about, but so as far as attaching the CPU cooler to, yeah, block of foam. I love it. Okay, all right, well, put that on the side. I don't think I'm gonna need that. Let's get the motherboard open here. So as far as attaching the CPU, no, the cooler to the CPU, it should have thermal paste applied to it, as far as I'm aware, already on the cooler, so we should be able to just pop the thing off, pop it on there. I was going to use this for something else, but if we run into dire straits, we've got it. I suppose I could do it on this one. This camera's kind of dark there, isn't it? Some Noctua cooler, or some Noctua thermal paste, excuse me. Speaking of things that have changed since I last built a computer, these motherboards, oh my, they're a little bit chunkier than I last used. All right. So it's got kind of a interesting box here. It's like attached to the top. Yeah. PCI lanes. So our Camlink Pro, I forgot the name there for a second, is going to go down here, and GPU is going to go down here. There's really not much clearance here. Underneath from the PCIe slot to this little OLED screen here, not much room. Boy, is it a trunk. I don't even know how to pull this out. Alright, we're gonna take a peek at everything in here. We've got a whole bunch of connectors and stuff. I think the hardest thing for me is going to be all these little headers. Honestly, in my last build, I don't even know that I connected the headers. I didn't really need them that badly, I guess. So I don't even know if my front I/O ever worked. But we got front I/O and we got fans now. Well, I had fans before, but so I probably hooked up the fans. But front I/O, fans, and RGB now, which is something a little bit different here. So we got a whole bunch of cords. Looks like a bunch of SATA. What is this one? It's like a cords for the headers. We're probably gonna have to look at the manual a little bit for this. USB looks like. More headers. What else do we got in here? I think this Wi-Fi antenna. What's the previous setup rig that I used? The one that I'm streaming on right now, it is an Origin PC laptop. Oh, they got a little USB stick, nice. BIOS, I'm presuming. It's an Origin PC laptop, and it's i9. I ended up upgrading the RAM to 32 gigabits. It's got gosh, what is it? I think a 1060M NVIDIA GPU in there. So the stream video encode is happening on the GPU, which helps. And the i9 is nice. It can boost up to like 4 gigabit or 4 megahertz, kilohertz, 4,000 kilohertz, like 42, 43, something like that. But the problem is it thermal throttles really quickly. So it can't sustain that by any means. And it actually thermal throttles. The thermal throttle actually makes it, the clocks go down further than if I just don't let it thermal throttle, which is what I've ended up doing. So I just turned off thermal throttling and it actually tends to run better and more consistently. So this is a NVMe drive Gen 5, I believe, if I recall the reading about it. Don't think we're gonna use that at the moment. And then this looks like a GPU stand thing. GPUs have gotten a lot heavier over the years, and you used to be able to just screw it in with one screw on in the back where the I/O is, and put it in the PCIe slot, and that was enough to support it. But they're too heavy these days. This looks like a fan. Yeah, this is a fan. I don't know what you call it, fan controller. Yeah, it says on the back. You can see the little pins there. It looks like it does RGB as well as fan control. Okay. Not seeing anything else in here that I care about at the moment. So we're gonna, I guess I could just put the CPU right in with it in the box here. Manually, I believe. So I'm gonna set that out. Just put that right there and move this box. Okay. We could probably plug in the SSD as well right away. It also has a... Oh, I think this is another PCIe slot right here for that little card thing. And it takes, you can put like two Gen 5 NVMe, M.2 NVMe drives in there. NVMe. I have a really hard time saying that. Put two, but you could put two of those in that thing and put it in this. But I think the main drive, the primary one, is under here, but we'll find out. Looks like I've always been a PC guy. I've got a Mac. I got a Mac Air sitting right here. My previous industry was very PC heavy, so I just was comfortable with the PC, and I've been using it since. They both have their benefits. The new Apple Silicon has been really nice. I think it was a big boost for, you know, the Apple ecosystem. But it's an ebb and flow. AMD and Intel have come out with a bunch of new chips, which are real nice. So I've also got a bunch of Raspberry Pis, which is ARM based, and I have eventually coming some. I mean, I haven't ordered them yet, but I'm waiting on them to be available. The Turing Pi is coming out with their own compute modules, which are RISC-V based. So we'll have sort of like all the architectures and all the OSs either on my desk or in the basement below. So we can experiment with all of them. Go for this peel now. Probably should have left it on so I didn't smudge it up. So I think these are actually screens. The big thing, I'm actually just gonna leave this one on because I'm gonna be working down here, but let's do the CPU first. We gotta figure that out. Screen is fine. There's like a dot matrix LED thing, but like, I mean, it's fine. I didn't really buy it for that. This has enough PCIe slots because I needed that Camlink card and the potential GPU here. And USB 4 and 10 gigabit Ethernet, which I'm gonna benefit from when I'm doing video editing, because I can put videos on separate computers or servers, and then file transfers will be real nice. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick peek at that. I think we install the CPU first, and then we'll go for the RAM. Gotta figure out where this M.2 goes into. And after I figure all that out, I'm gonna have to figure out the headers as well. Those I may end up, so depending on how this goes in the case, I want to plug some of those in before I put it in the case. Here, package contents. We got a bunch of fan controllers. Yeah, a lot of the cables were, yeah, we got a bunch of SATA cables and then fan and ARGB splitter cables. Okay. Gives us pictures of what a bunch of these things look like. Okay, here's the layout. So we've got an M.2 drive down here. So that would be right here, it looks like. So I think we'll have to take this whole faceplate off if we want to get to that. CPU fan is up here. We're going to need that because that's what's going to hook up to our CPU cooler. Motherboard power is here. Pumps are on the side here, so we're going to need that. Wait. Oh, ATX power. ATX power, what's the difference between those? This looks like it was Gen Z.2. What Gen Z means here. This is the new AMD chips. Use the AM5 socket, so you'll see that show up in a bunch of places. This is an AM5 socket compatible motherboard. There are expected RAM configurations. So when we put it in, we want to put it in is it saying A1 and recommended memory configuration? So if we have 2, we should do A2 and B2. So it looks like the second and the fourth slot. And that the reason for that is DDR stands for, I mean, they say right here, double data rate. On the, I believe on the chips or on the cards themselves, there's like RAM on either side. That's the double. But you can also run them in dual channel, and for that they need to be in 2 of the slots are configured for like one channel and 2 of them are configured for another channel. So if you don't do this recommended memory configuration based on how that motherboard is set up, your RAM is actually going to run slower. And I think, I'm not sure if that's required for Expo to put them in the right slots. I'm assuming so, but we're going to do it anyway, so I don't really feel like trying to find out. All right, VGA, fan and pump headers, power connectors, water block header, liquid cooling system headers, M.2 slot. So there's a special note here. We've got a bunch of sockets. So the M.2 socket 1 supports PCIe Gen 5, and 2 supports PCIe Gen 5. And I had to do a bunch of research on this because I wanted to make sure, because this next caveat, when M.2_2, so the second M.2 slot, which would be B, so the one here. If we use that one, then this PCIe slot is always going to run in 8x mode instead of 16. And this one is always going to run in 4x mode instead of 8, I think. I think technically if we use this one, these are both going to be 8. So we want to put it in 1 because this is going to be, I mean, the SSD I have, it's a Gen 4. They're just starting to come out with Gen 5s. And they are faster, but I think this is going to be a little bit more reliable, which with storage is important. Maybe we'll get a Gen 5 later on down the road, but I think we're just going to put this in the Gen 5 slot for the moment, and I can always shift stuff around. Here, so this Gen Z slot right here, that lets us put in that expansion card, and we get then additional SSD modules. I think that's about it with that. Front panel connectors, USB headers. Oh, interesting. The alteration mode allows you to switch the PCI signal, which comes from the CPU, from between Gen 4 or Gen 3 for the PCIe slot. Auto is fine for right now. I don't know if we're gonna end up bothering. Well, I don't know. We'll see how this case works out. If it's easy to get to a bunch of these headers after the fact, we might end up just skipping a bunch because we're already a half hour into the stream and I haven't actually started building anything yet. It does have the Q codes, which if anything goes wrong, you can't really see it, but up in the box here, it's got a little 2-digit number code that it can read out, and that'll help you diagnose. Okay. Oh, hey, basic installation. Okay. So it explains everything and then it does basic installation. Some of this I'm not actually going to need to read, but some of these connectors and stuff I will. And storage, RAID support stuff. Oh, and they do have a Q code table in the back, which is going to be nice. We might need that. Hopefully this is not foreshadowing. Q codes. All right, so we flip this thing open, we open it up, we put our card in, and then we close it. So that's not too big of a deal. And when we close it, this little plastic piece on top is just going to pop out. And then it's got stuff about the CPU heatsink. What does it say about the AIO cooler? Yeah, so they say we recommend installing the AIO cooler before installing. Before putting the motherboard into the case. So with this one, I believe, I actually happened to watch a couple people build with it. We got to take these plastic brackets off. We put a bracket on the cooler, and then those brackets on the cooler go directly into these standoffs. All right, let's get this CPU installed. Help me out, SSD. Come on. Not gonna help me out, are you? Do this, and we'll do this. There we go. Okay. So we do the latch, we pull the thing up. Let's go ahead and open up this. Here's to hoping I don't drop anything and break anything. Yeah, she's nice. Now, I need to make sure I put it in the right way. It's got a little notch, which they note I don't know if you're going to be able to see it really, but there's little notches. Let's just take it up. It's important which way you put it in. And there's little notches to help you put it in the right way. You see the triangle up there, and there's a notch here and a notch at the bottom. Those help you line up in here. There's a little triangle here, so I know it needs to go in this way. They kind of do notate it here. So we basically down. And then I think we just lift up, right? Yeah. In there, that looks good. And then we close this, and then we there we go. Got that done. Okay, let's put this thing in. I'm gonna flip over to that real quick, and then we'll do the RAM. And then I think we open up the case. Let's see. So this is these drives have different lengths, which I think are designated in millimeters. Does it not actually say? Where does it say? I mean, I think it's the standard length, which I believe is 2280. So we got to take all of these screws off, and then to lift and remove the heatsink. So let's go ahead and do that. Move this over here. Put this here. Oh, it's like a weird Phillips flathead thing. Interesting. Don't have any fancy place to put my screws, so when I do take them out, I'm going to put them over here in the exact same pattern so I can replace them. I'm guessing they're not captive. Maybe they are captive. Captive meaning when you unscrew it, the screw stays within the plate here, and we don't actually need to pull them out and put them somewhere. They just stay attached to this heatsink. So I'm going to take this piece off. It feels pretty loose. I can feel some resistance, I think, in this one. Yeah, it does not feel like they're captive. So I think what I can I'll just set it down like that, and that'll be fine. Okay, so it looks like there's little coolers on these things. Let's go ahead and open this up. Or not coolers, thermal pads. And look at this case. With computer thermals, they create heat. That's like a oh, it just opens up. Okay. It's a byproduct of pushing a whole bunch of electricity into this thing. So it needs to stay cool. Unlock the speed. Okay. The heck? This was all that was in there. What the heck? Slip out or something? This piece was slit, so I never actually had to open that. Well, that would be a bummer. That would kill this build real quick here. What the heck? I think I got gypped. Didn't fall out. I'm gonna have to look at the replay here. What in the heck? Oh. Well, that's a bummer. Okay. There's literally nothing in here. This was in here. This was in this. And the only thing that was in there was this. I did think it was weird that it just opened. I think the thing fell out. Well, that's going to be a fun conversation with the seller. I can't remember which one where I got that one off of. I ended up going between a bunch of different places to buy from. B&H. You got a couple of things off Amazon. Well, heck. I mean, I definitely need that to do the build. And it hasn't, like, there's nothing for it to, like, slip into. Yep, definitely nothing here. Well, that sucks. Okay, so this is going to be a conversation to have. Yeah, so it was really weird. There, like, that was already cut, and I went to open it, and it just opened, and I was like, oh, okay, that's weird. Yep, definitely not here. Well, we won't technically need it to boot, I don't think. I think we can boot into the BIOS, so at least we can potentially get that far. Assuming we don't have any other, like, weird things like this. That sucks. This isn't too bad. I can take this off when we get it in the case. So that's not the end of the world here. As far as having to deal with this later, obviously it's going to prevent us from completely getting to the point where we can get into Windows. That's so frustrating. So frustrating. Like, look at this packaging. You close the box. If this thing opens up at all, it can just slide right out. But also, somebody could just yoink this without any, there's like no tape or anything on it. Okay, let's put this back on. We will do SSD later. did I do with my? Here we go. That is frustrating. That is very frustrating. But what can you do? I guess that is just this is gonna be how it is, I guess. Okay, so the just rest back up. A little nubbin here and a little shelf that it sits on. Whenever I'm doing screws, especially on electronics, I like to screw back the opposite direction and wait for that click. You can feel it. That way I'm not accidentally cross-threading these, because some of these are really really small threads. And if you cross-thread something accidentally on here and strip the threads, it's gonna be a bad time. I'm gonna leave this film on here just because if I'm messing around in here later on, there we go. If I'm messing around in this later on, I don't want to smudge, get more fingerprints on it, as I'm probably getting on this one, which I should have left on. Okay. Let's get the RAM out. We'll put the RAM in, then we'll open up the case. How are we doing on time? We're not going to get very far as installation goes. I did have a Windows boot USB boot drive ready to go if we got that far and it made sense to try to get into it. But that's not going to happen now. So I think we can get it into the case. We'll see if we can get into the BIOS and we'll go from there. Okay. Save it. Alright, RAM next. Now remember, we got to put them in the right slots. I believe it was 2nd and 4th. If you're doing two sticks of RAM, the 2nd and 4th slot. CPU, well, was it in the install guide? It was in the install guide, wasn't it? No. It was in the chapter 1 or whatever that is. Here we go. Recommended memory configurations. The A2, so we have A1, B1, A2, B2, A1, A2, B1, B2, so 2nd and 4th. B2, yep, 2nd and 4th. Let's do that. Now, I can see at least one of the sticks is there, so that's a good sign. I don't think I've ever had that happen before, where I got something it just didn't exist. Like I just got the packaging, and I didn't notice because it was it felt the right weight because of that tin, that tin on the inside there. I was expecting it to be in the vein of this, where it's like plasticky. So the weight was there. Hello. Thanks for stopping by, Ryan. Okay. Now, James Frackberg. Your little picture there definitely doesn't look like you. I mean, it is this small on my screen. But how's it going, Frackberg? Alright, so go this way. So these also have little notches. And that's how you tell which way that I mean, that's one way to how to tell which way it goes. Yeah, it's also something like 13 years old. Okay, so we need to put it in second and third. Yeah. We press down and then they slot in. It's in a different section. I think it's. I can't remember if this is you like slip it in and you just use the little nubbin to. Okay, so you do actually pull it down. Okay. Second and fourth. This is a matching memory kit, so it doesn't matter which one goes into which. I flip it around. It's like a weirdly reversible. So there's this piece and this piece, and it's like oddly reversible, which is kind of messy. Oh, they got a thing on this side too. No. There we go. Didn't go in so easy. All right. Get out of that box. Kitties like boxes. All right, RAM is in. I don't know if you caught it, Freckberg. My SSD box is empty. So we're definitely not getting to Windows today. Womp womp. I think I put it over there. Yeah, open it up. Nothing in there. Okay. We got as much on here. We'll have to do the SSD later. We'll probably do, I think we'll do the cooler in the inside. Do I take these off right away? Maybe I just take these off right away. I think I'm gonna take them off and just set them inside here. That'll just be one less thing to deal with. I think once we get the case on the desk, it's gonna be a little bit awkward. Yeah, SSD, the M.2 drive, just straight up empty. I think I got that. I want to say I got that one off of Amazon. So theoretically, like 2-day ship or whatever should be. Hopefully I don't wait too long on it, and hopefully they don't make too big of a deal about it. But yeah, not good. It wasn't a third-party reseller either. I got, especially whenever I'm getting electronics off Amazon, I make sure that the actual seller is Amazon. because I just kind of presume that that's going to make it easier to like deal with if need be. I think the cooler was the only thing that I couldn't find from a first party seller. And maybe the case? But I definitely got the SSD directly from Amazon. Okay. So cooler brackets will go on there. This should be good to go. Case time. Let's clear off the desk. All right. If we can move this over here. See if I can get the case on the desk right here. TBD if that's actually going to work out, I'm hoping. Got it on? Okay, cool. Good to see you, Vrekberg. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, keep that streak going. Take a look at this first. That box also is not for you, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely gonna run out of desk space here, but accessories. This is a working box. We're not really gonna use any of the hard drive trays. I got them more for longer term use. This box has a list of what's in it. Okay, we are gonna need some of this. It's got the power supply screw. Additional motherboard standoff. Okay, so we'll need a couple things from that. I'm gonna set that out aside. I don't think I'm gonna need any. Well, we'll put the user guide. I don't think I'm gonna need anything else in here though, so we'll get rid of this. All right, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, I'm pulling it right off screen. All right. Kind of big. I appreciate the fun of it. Let's see if we can give it a bit of a lift here. Ugh. What are we doing, buddy? Like that. Oh, big box. Kitty immediately claimed big box. Okay. So this is gonna be a bit of a problem because now it is up in the air. So we're gonna have to like shift stuff around a little bit here. We're going to pop off the glass first, which I think has got this little nubbin over. Where are we? Oh, can't see it on screen. It's fine. We're probably not gonna put the glass back on for a little bit here because it's not gonna. I needed the SSD in there still too. So I'm just gonna take this off and set that on the side. We'll work with things on the inside. All right. Okay. So let's pop this motherboard out and get it in there. We need screws. It keeps playing with the box. Let's flip this over. The amount of desk space that I'm working with. I'm impressed with myself. How well I'm getting stuff done and in here. Okay, we need, these are the motherboard standoffs. We need screws. Just when we put the motherboard on there, they're gonna sit on this. This little peg is gonna go right in the middle. And we basically gotta screw it down. Is that in here? Mounting screws. Hard drive dampeners. One standoff tool. I don't know what one standoff tool means. Drive screws. Let's take a peek at this. So we're gonna have, it's got fans installed. 1, 2, 3, 4. This down here is where the PSU is gonna go, the power supply unit. This fan over here kind of blows into it too. So we've got about 2.5 that go into the main compartment. Got one in the back here. That's just gonna stay as an exhaust. And then we're gonna put the radiator on top up here. And that is gonna have 3 fans attached to it, which are gonna be blowing out. So it says to put the PSU in first. Looking at the thing here. I don't know that I... Maybe it will. Maybe it's worth it. Install the IO shield. I think it has it built in, so I won't have to do that. Yep, it's got the IO shield on there already. And then we need to use... Okay, so the screws for the motherboard do come in that little box. Let's actually... Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the PSU first. The cat's still in the box. Alright. Fortunately, no. Do I move this? Maybe I move it quick. So, a bit of a Chongus power supply unit. I kind of prefer to spend a little bit of money on the power supply, especially if you've got some pretty hefty components in here. I'd rather it be a nicer one and have an amount of overhead for wattage. This is the power cord that goes into the back of it. Wall back into the PSU. Yeah, I'd rather have a little bit of overhead there, and that way we avoid blue screens. But also, I trust the nicer PSUs to handle like transient spikes better. So these are all the cords. Leave those in there for now. Yeah, PSU. This one's in the box. There's like fancy velvet case here. Fancy. Get this out. We'll attach the faceplate to it. That comes off of the case, and then we will put it in the case. Get the motherboard in. Oh no. And then the cooler. Hopefully boot it up into the BIOS, and fingers crossed everything is good up to that point. I probably won't bother doing a stream for the last bits of it. The putting in the SSD, you know, and then GPU probably as well. I might just do a follow-up video that has everything here, just in a more succinct package. And I'd include those recording of the GPU insert and SSD in there as well. Come on, little plasticky thing. All right. So, fan mounted on the bottom, I presume? I think that's probably the way I want to go about it. These PSU screws are in there pretty good. Okay. So this, well, that has an up and down necessarily, but no. Don't need to. We're not part of the computer. You don't need to go in there. So I think we do fan down. There is an open air thing underneath. I mean, the pictures line up, but how much do you trust that? Okay, box. I need power supply screws. Kitty is not a PSU either, even though he thinks he is. Nice little microfiber cloth. We'll keep that around for wiping things down once I am done. Okay, so 4 power supply screws. I don't think I'm gonna need anything else in here at the moment. Take all these out, or put all these back in there rather. Screw this on there, get it in there. I might want to actually plug in a bunch of the cords ahead of time. Doesn't actually say. Yeah, there's gonna be a whole lot of RGB fins and stuff to connect. Okay, so there's a little back area on the drive. I think I'm gonna not bother plugging anything in. I'll just deal with it all then. We'll get it into the case. I can turn it around and we'll look at the back. We are an hour and a half into it. Guess we'll see how long it'll take to get those headers and stuff hooked up. I'm gonna have to complete a bunch of it afterwards anyways. So I'll probably skip the front I/O and I'll just, because I don't know which ones I need offhand. And reading the manual on that is not going to be particularly interesting. We're not going to get a full completed build off the stream anyways. We're not going to get into Windows. So we'll see that in the follow-up. So I think we'll basically get all the basic like power connectors in and everything and see if we can get into the BIOS. Can you get into the BIOS? That's probably where we're going to call it for the stream. Okay, I'm just gonna go down and install it down there. There's 2 thumb screws here. Nothing too interesting. Maybe I do lift it up. We'll not be able to see when I put it in, but it's fine. Trying to be careful not to bump all my monitors too. All right. I don't know if those are in there very great. Headphones are coming out. Okay, now I need motherboard screws. Just says 8. 8 of what? I guess there's only really one drive screws. Okay. One style. Big. So we got ones that have got like the little bit of like the flathead sort of thing here. Those are all the hard drive ones. So I think this is the baggie we need. Come on, there. Kind of hard to see, but there's screws. Okay, let's get this in here. We're doing it in flat, so I can just pick it up and set it in there. Where I left it. It's got a back plate too. Those fan things are in the way. I think I route them up through here. There's a little hole right through here. I'm not 100% certain. For now, we're gonna do that so I can actually get in here. That flashlight here so I can see. Everything is black, it's impossible to see now. Hopefully this doesn't blow the camera out too much. So I went into the little middle nub in here, which helps like get it centered. So we're like, we might need to rotate it a little bit and whatnot. These grommets are covered, which is unfortunate because I'm gonna need excuse me, which is unfortunate because I'm gonna need to feed cords through there. But we're gonna work with it, so. This is where having a magnetized tip would be real nice. Fortunately, I don't have one. Especially in that hole. I don't know if you can see it. That hole right there. The screw needs to go in there. think I actually do have a magnetized bit downstairs, so I might end up having to go get that. I can't get these out. Hindsight is 2020, right? I'm not putting them in super tight, just enough so that they're snug. Are you serious? They got one underneath the heatsink. That is... Well, heatsink is coming off, I guess. I'm gonna get this really difficult one in first. This one's magnetic. What? Unfortunately, it's too small to actually do anything. Whoop. Yeah, we're pulling that out. Got it. Alright. Time to grab a drink of water. I will BRB. We got it in. At least as much as we can do. Now running all these cards is gonna suck. So there goes my Grommet. Okay, alright, what do we got next? I'm gonna leave this off. So I'm gonna need to get in there anyways, for whenever the heck that thing comes. God, these grommets are really gonna suck. So there's like a plate here that you can take off, and you can actually put like fans or whatever. There's grommets up here that I can go through. It would be real nice to get some of it through here though. But this thing has like a back plate, which makes it really thick. So I think there's a bit of a lip here that's coming from that. So I might be able to feed some of the headers through there, but I don't know if I'm gonna end up bothering with that. I'll probably, at least for the stream, I think I'll probably just go through that like top grommet hole, which I guess you really can't see. Okay, so what do we do next? I guess we go with. Guess we get the power stuff hooked up, eh? We'll flip it up. Flip it up and plug in all the headers. Oh, we need to do this cooler. Yeah. So that's gonna be the other interesting thing is, this sticks up quite a bit. I think we'll be fine. It's gonna be close. There's not gonna be too much clearance there, which is gonna be not amazing, but I think we can deal with it. Yeah. All right, let's work on getting that in there. So I don't think that's gonna necessarily conflict with anything, except for these headers. So let's out the little book here. Actually, you know what? I think I got this on the site. Can we go? If I can actually type. Oh, hey, I got it up still. I can kind of get to my mouse here. Metrify to downloads. User guides. This is what we've been looking at. It has an I/O shield on there, so we don't need to deal with that. We prepared the motherboard. We've installed the motherboard assembly. The heck does that mean? So this is an AM. We don't have a micro. So M ATX A to M. What? I don't think I need to do that. I think that's all conversion. Because what we're doing is we're plugging in here. This is an eATX, which is why it actually hangs further over. So it like hangs over there. But I think all of the A's. Yeah, okay. So what it's saying is it's move the A's to the M's if you're doing an MATX, but we're not. So we don't need to do that. We screwed all those in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not going to bother with connecting the cables. Those are all going to go into do I have a power book? I forgot to peel the I/O shield. Crap. Well. I have a feeling I'm probably gonna have to like potentially pull it out and shift stuff around anyways to get some of these cables to route, because this is gonna be really hard to get into. So reattach the top panel. Oh wait, here we're looking. Connect a bunch of the fans. I don't know if it's gonna have these hooked up already. Those are all gonna be in the back. We're not installing any of that. Reattach the top panel because I never took it off and you need to take it off. Yeah, so 11 is the top bracket, which is what I think we need for the cooler. I don't need a water cooler fill port. We can do vertical GPU installation. Radiators, we are doing the top mount. So you can see here, presuming ours matches up close enough with this, it's actually going to come down to potentially just short of the RAM, which not great. I'm a little bit worried about this like heatsink part coming up on the top here. It's not a huge one though. It's a 120 360, which would be, oh, I guess it's always 3 fan. So 420 would be 4 or 3 140s. I think this is a 120, so it's only a 360. So that'll help us a little bit. I think we potentially have the ability to like shift it a little bit. Take that off. Oh, this is all dust maintenance. GPU cooler limits, or CPU rather. All right, should I skip over the AIO part? Could have sworn they had a section on doing the AIO. Yeah, so see this panel you can take off? I would really love to not have to take that off to route stuff. And you can put reservoirs in here. I'm gonna have a little bit of space. But we aren't doing that for this build. You can put more fans in. Okay, I guess we're gonna just go for it. Let's tip this up. We'll see the back. We can look at some of this routing maybe. And see if we can get this cooler mounted. I mean, hopefully I can get it done in another half hour, 40 minutes. Get in the BIOS, we'll see. Okay, all right. Back panel. I don't have much space. Do not have much space at all. It's pretty big. It's definitely gonna be a tight fit. I'm gonna put it in like the back corner of my desk. It's gonna be tight. We'll make it work though. Okay, so these are the grommets. I mean, maybe if I take the motherboard off first and run stuff, I might be able to fit some stuff through there. But for right now, everything is going through that top one. So what we need to take off this top piece. I don't know, how do we do that? Let's go back here. Okay, lift from the back. It's too heavy. Yeah. Just put that. Okay. Got it. We got it. There you go. Get a little bit of a view of it. No. Where do my other screwdriver? Okay. I take these take the radiator thing off, and then we'll take the CPU cooler out and we'll attach it to this. Yeah, I think we attach to this first, because then I can get all the fans and everything on there, and then I will put it in. Yeah, let's do that. Sounds about right. Okay. What's up? So as I understand, there's only a handful of actual like CPU cooler manufacturers. There's a bunch of sellers that will. I think the company's called Asetek. They use their like pumps and their like design and radiators and whatnot, and then they slap all the fanciness on top of it, the RGB and the like cover and everything. But Deepcool, as I understand, they make their own, which is why I suspect they have been innovating a little bit more, and which is what's putting them at the top of the list. Fans, don't think these have RGB, but honestly, I'm fine with that. We've got RGB in the front and the back, and on this, like the pump housing piece, part that goes on the CPU. And honestly, I'm okay with that. All that RGB in that spot. Brackets. My guess is that it comes with Intel installed by default. So we need to swap. Try not to knock off the little plastic piece on the front. Of the cooler itself, because that's already has thermal paste on there applied to it. I don't want to take that off until I'm putting it around, because I don't want to smudge that. There's the radiator. All right. Now, do they have directions? I assume we just attach these fans. Well, actually, let's do all the fans and everything. Get it attached to this bracket over here, and we'll do the CPU cooler part of it. So this is Intel. I don't know if we can, there we go. Well, there we go, Intel. Yep. Because these brackets right here. Yeah, those are the AMD ones. Alright, let's figure out how to get this fan and stuff on here. So Intel supposedly needs that piece right there is the backplate. So you put it on back through it. The AMD, I don't know if it's... Why are you zooming in like that? Fancy camera? What the heck? Does it have one of those? I don't remember. What was I doing? I was just holding it like this, right? I haven't used this camera enough to like remember all the... I think you can do like hand motions and stuff to get it to zoom in. But yeah, if we're doing... Well, this says Intel as well. If we're doing AMD, I don't think we need the backplate. Pretty certain. Which is why we went ahead and just put the motherboard in before dealing with that. Okay, so fan and radiator. We got a bunch of screws. We need to attach the fan to the radiator. So we've got the screw holes here. We are doing it, this is going to be inside the case. So we want to put the fans here because I want to take air from inside and blow out. I think that's going to be the configuration that I do. And then there's also this, which I'm not quite certain where it's trying to say there. I think that's installing the radiator fan to this thing over, well, this thing right here, where you can grab that thing that we grabbed out of the case. So let's get the fans installed. Let's open those up. I gotta make sure to install them the correct direction. Just putting stuff everywhere now. We have surpassed the point of organization. They seem like pretty nice fans, and they're not like an odd shape where it's going to like let static pressure bleed. Which is kind of why I kind of liked them. Because if this was circular and there was like holes or anything like that, whoop, too high. If there was any circular, like if the housing around it was circular in any way, I think it would allow it to bleed more. So like there's little rubber grommets on here and all of that, like I think that's going to create a good seal where we're not like losing static pressure. Okay, so when I install these, I want that's almost fallen down there for a sec. When I install these, I want to make sure I install them in the correct direction. I want to put all the RGB in the right direction too. So I think I'm going to install it. I think it's going to go in like this, going up to the top of the case. So the back of the case would be on the bottom. What is touching my desk is going to be the back of the case. So I think I will put them this way. I think that's the right direction. All the pictures show like the fancy part of it, the logo out. So I'm pretty certain. Okay, scribble in. I'm not screwing them in all the way. I'm gonna get all of them started and going. And then I'll come back through and tighten them, because that'll give me a little bit of give if I need to just shift the fans slightly to like get them to line up or whatever. There we go. All right. Screw them in there. Snug, not over tightening. I don't know that there's really much. I mean, when we put the CPU cooler on, we're gonna care about that a little bit, because if we're not, when the cooler is contacting the CPU die or the IHS, is it IHS? IHS, what does that stand for? I don't even remember offhand. We want to make sure that we have the most even contact that we can. Because if it's uneven, or there's I guess uneven is probably the biggest issue that we would be able to deal with. But if it's not a completely even mount, then we could potentially have like gaps or air bubbles, and that's going to interrupt heat transfer. And we want to ideally have the most even contact we can, so we don't have any like spots where we're not actually making contact and properly transferring heat. Because if we're not transferring heat, that is going to give us hot spots. Which is why I don't want to take this cover off and accidentally nudge any of the thermal paste until we are quite ready to go. Okay. So now I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it back on the case, and I'm going to see where on here, because it looks like we've got, actually easier to see it here. We've got these lanes. Now if we put it over the top, we can either do it in this configuration or this configuration. This would be a real small one, a little bit bigger, and then real big. I think you can get radiators in all those sizes. But for this specific size, I think the holes on the opposite side mirror. So we can go in this configuration, which should actually, no, I think it's end up being this one that we want. This is going to give us a greater gap from the fans back to the back of the case, and potentially prevent bumping that heat spreader that's on top of the motherboard. Okay, so as far as I can tell, when we put it in the case, this channel right here is the furthest any piece is going to stick out. So as long as our fan is installed here and here, and we don't have anything that's going past this like graded area, then we're good. I'm not done yet. You mowed your whole lawn already. That's impressive. I'm going to say that you mow fast and I am going at a normal pace. We're not going to go with the alternative here. We've got stuff in the case though. I'm not going to be able to hook everything up, and I don't think I'm going to bother with all the RGB and everything. So like, okay, so if we go like this, it's going to go in the case like this. Do I want to do this? Just go like this. It's a small yard. Okay, I'll take that one. I gotta make sure not to put it in backwards. That goes to the front, so the front of the case goes here. So we're like this. Once we get it into the case, I'm not going to tighten these channel screws very much. So we'll be able to like shift it around just a little bit. I'll give us some flexibility. So let's go ahead and get some screws in there. I don't know if it actually matters how many. I guess I'm just gonna put them in all in. I don't really see any reason not to, I guess. This is gonna be interesting though. Alright, can I just thread them in with my fingers here? This is such tiny screws. So we'll get, we could do this, and then we need power. Let's get this into the case. Hopefully we don't have any like issues there. And then this pretty much just sits in there, so it's gonna be pretty easy to take out. So if I need to like remove it to get in for headers or whatever, up at the top of the motherboard, I'm not too worried about that. And like I said, I'm gonna probably have to like disassemble a bunch of stuff anyways for better route stuff in the back, because it's really hard to, I don't have enough desk space here to like show you what I'm doing, but also like cable manage in the back. But it doesn't matter because we're not closing up anyways, because we're gonna have to put SSD in there anyways. I'm not better. I'm not better. I'm bitter. I can't believe that happened. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I could have just like opened everything up and whatnot before the build. But honestly, I think that's part of the fun. Doing it all doing it all in the stream. I don't want to take that away from you. Okay. So we'll get this done. Then we need to put the socket bracket on for AM5. Get this all in the case. Hook up some power. See if it boots. All right, got 2 screws here, and that was to take this plate out. Going to put those in a safe spot that I'm definitely not going to forget about. And we're just going to set it in there for right now, I think. Your desktop made you mad with Windows problems. Oh wait, there's more. One day you plan to rebuild your desktop and finally get an AIO. I like them. Water cooling is still... I mean, I could probably do it. Honestly, like I could probably do like hardline water cool, but like it's a time versus like value thing. The AIOs do most of what I want out of the cooling, and the AIO versus air cooler, they generally perform... I mean, you can get air coolers and AIOs that each compete really well. So like having an air cooler isn't necessarily like you're not necessarily at a disadvantage to water. But water seems to do better with like transient spikes. So if you do a whole bunch of like compute and then it comes right back down 30 seconds later or whatever, the air cooler needs to ramp up to compensate, whereas the water being cooler, we already have some of that, like I guess the inverse of energy. It's more easily able to absorb those transient spikes, like absorb that energy immediately. So they seem to work better, especially for like the loads that I care about. Like I think like compiling and that kind of stuff, water's always gonna end up being a lot better for what I want to do. But also like any PC games, those tend to be pretty transient too. And honestly, the price is close enough that like I'm fine just doing AIO and calling it a day. The GPUs, the especially the newer ones, the coolers seem so overbuilt that I'm not gonna bother water cooling those. So they'll stay air cooled. But yeah, AIO. My last computer, I had a 120 millimeter on the back of the case AIO. I want to say it was a Corsair. It was good. It worked well. But then it failed, and that's the problem over air cooling. The trade-off. And it just so happened that like it lasted, I don't know, 5 years or whatever, 8 years, and then it failed, and then I felt ready to buy a new computer anyways, so I never actually bothered putting it in a new one. Okay. Let's see what we need to do with these fans. They've got some splitters. Let's track those down. You built your desktop in 2017, so it's getting up there. Yeah. So this laptop I got Oh man. I don't know if it was 2017, maybe 2018 or 2019. But it's a laptop, so like those don't age quite as well as a desktop can. And like there's I grab the Intel bracket. I'm pretty sure these are the Intel. There's only so much you can do with a laptop. So like as it starts aging, and I really don't like redoing the thermal paste on that. And I'm having heat issues. So yeah, it felt time. I'll probably still use it. It'll probably go in the basement, but yeah, it felt like it was time. So right call, we needed to remove those. Those are out already. We need to put in these bigger nubbin things. Those are technical terms here, bigger nubbin things. With the circle, the non-knurling, the thumb part has to be up. So get those out. We'll put those over here because space to pull up the thing. This cover can come off. Yeah, that's what it says to do next. We'll go ahead and do that. This is pretty much RGB, I think. It's got like a infinity mirror in there or something. It's like scuffed up right there. You can see the LEDs in there though. And then we got these headers. So I need this. Yeah, you can kind of see it here, but the AM5 brackets and AM4 look quite a bit different than the Intel ones. So despite not having any markings, it's pretty easy to tell. So we get these little ones here that are still in the bag. Those are for the STRX, STR4, which we don't need. We need AM5. So that must be some pretty old ones here. Okay. We've got those are the other ones that we don't need. We've got the brackets out. Here. This is what I was looking for. We've got these little thumb screws here. Those are what go on top to screw it in once we put the block on top. Here's the splitter. Go ahead and get those connected right away. So 1, 2, 3. And then wherever this goes. I'm not sure which direction I need to go. So this is going to go into where are you? Their page that we were just looking at. I just keep skipping it. It was at the end. So we got these 3 fans all go into the 4-pin CPU fan. And off of this block, we have 1, 2, 3. So I can put that cover on after. This goes into the splitter? Does it have 2? I guess so. Interesting. CPU fans go into the CPU header. CPU fan header. So let's I'm gonna take a peek at that real quick. I think we're gonna route it this way. So it's sort of like in the middle of the motherboard. This is gonna be on the far side of the case. Motherboard is gonna be here-ish. So I think I'm gonna do basically like 1, 2, 3 here, and then I'll come straight down off of it. Okay. Alright. Thumb screws. Oh, we need to do the bracket. Got all of our bracket screws right there. Here's the bracket. Okay, leave that on. I gotta take the cover off to do the brackets. When we install it, I gotta make sure that I'm in the right direction. When we install it, this is gonna be on the left side of, or on the right side of the motherboard when I'm looking at it. So if you are the inverse, you're looking at the back, it's gonna go like this. So I need the bracket. I think there's a bottom bracket and there's like a top bracket. Although they show actually having the mounting on the bottom, which is kind of odd. I thought you always put... I mean, I guess I don't really have anything over there. Let's get it in. I'm tempted to say put the... I feel like the right answer is to put the pipes on the side, because then that'll allow the bubbles, any bubbles in the thing, to like go up to the radiator easier. I don't know if it'll matter, but like their installation, I believe that's showing, yeah, so you can see it here. Pipes on the bottom. Why? What are you doing, camera? Why are you... I need to figure this camera out too. Too many things to do. Okay. let's get the case up here. Oops. I don't know how long these cords are gonna, or the tubes are gonna be. Let's get the case up here. We'll get this in there and we'll see. Yeah, you got a pretty good view of that now. Okay, actually, back. Going to standing. Okay, so this needs to So I figured out my first issue. There we go. So we were hitting the fan up here. I don't know if you, it's a little bit out. The front of the radiator was actually hitting the front fan. We're gonna be good. It's tight. I should be able to route that stuff. I'm gonna pull it up so I can get the header into the CPU fan. And also I need to look for that pump fan. Pump looks like it's right here. Okay, alright. So now, let's see where these pipes fit. First of all, though, I'm gonna put one of these screws in just so this thing can't accidentally tip out on me. I'm not gonna screw it in all the way, but just enough that I can feel confident it's not gonna fall out. Kind of okay with that, honestly. I mean, worst case scenario, I repaste the thing and just put it on again. I mean, that's not happening today, but I mean, like, in the future. It's just really odd to me that I feel like those pipes should be on the side there. But it definitely does not show that. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that they know what I'm doing more than I know what I'm doing. We're gonna install it like that. So we need our brackets. Top bracket, bottom bracket, it's got recessed screw holes there, so that's how you know which direction to put it in. Look at that. Oh, let's see if we can get some of these. Okay, let's get some screws. We'll put this on. Ooh, I think these are magnetic. Let's screw that one in first. magnets make the screws hard to get line up correctly. Okay, so oh wait, I just realized maybe I do need those other pieces. So this gets installed on top, but I don't have. We took that standoff thing out. Oh, that's Intel. That's Intel. AMD. Strix. AM5. We didn't put those in. Where are they? Over there. Didn't do that stuff. So. That back on just to make sure. And now put in these into the backplate holes. Okay, so now we got these little things, and those go into the knurling things that we just screwed in there. It was kind of cut off. I don't know if I have a good way to like fix that either. Something. There we go. Okay. Ready to go. Let me just double check what hole I need to go into. So AM5. AM5 goes into the slotty ones. Okay. that one's hard to get in. All right, got that done. Okay. We've got some fan stuff here. I'm not gonna bother with the fan right now. I'm just gonna leave it open. I think we just get the couple power cords hooked up in here and we'll see if we can get it running. I'm not gonna run it through the back right now. As I say that, I might have to. So part of the issue is kind of lost our grommets here. And we need to do power here. Which kind of makes this difficult. I want to make sure it boots. Let's make sure we can at least get a boot. I'm gonna like rerun cords and stuff anyways. I'm not gonna bother plugging the fans or the fan. There's a fan hub in the back here, I think. Back that way. I'm not gonna bother plugging that in. We've got the this is the pump. I need to plug that into the pump, and as long as we have this and the fans that we just put in running, I think we're gonna be fine as far as thermal goes, just to like turn it on and get into the BIOS. We might even be fine without it, but I'd rather play it safe. So I think I'm just gonna come up through here, run the cord straight up through there, because I think I can just pop that off in one of these thousands of booklets that I now have. Oh, hey. Got it right here. So I think we end up popping that off. We'll just run the power straight through there, and we'll need. I guess we'll need power to the motherboard. That'll be it, right? I'll have to double check that. I feel like that's it though. If we're skipping all the other stuff, we're not going to get into Windows. There's no way we're actually finishing this today, especially since it's almost been 3 hours. Yeah, let's just try to get the motherboard in and see if we can get a boot into BIOS. And we're gonna have to figure out a monitor situation too. Okay, how can I take off that bottom piece? So this is how you take off that side piece. Okay, so they just kind of lift up, I guess. Might have to like pop it out from underneath. Okay, moving the camera, which is fine because you're not watching it right now, so jiggle it around a bunch. That's it. How's that look? Fine. Yeah. There's a hard drive tray there. Okay. Well. Okay. Motherboard. What do I do with motherboard directions? Back here. Yeah, this looks like it. No, it's not. Okay, ROG fan controller, not quite what I wanted. So, I don't need to run anything to my graphics card. So I think it's just motherboard power. RAM, SSDs, motherboard installation. Place 9 screws. Okay, so we have a little note on the bottom that says the PD 12 volt power connector provides additional power for your PCIe Gen 16 slots. We're not putting anything in there right now, so we can skip those. So we need to do the big one. And they don't give much help. They just show a cord going into another slot. So like, I can figure that out. Fan controller, BIOS update, motherboard. So I think there's a power button. That's the other thing I need to double check. I think there's a power button on the motherboard, which will let me press that. That was the last bit that we needed to figure out. So if I can get power to the motherboard, however I run that, which isn't going to be pretty, as long as I can get it plugged in, I believe there's a button that I can press. BIOS switch. The flex key button to reboot the system. Alteration. Power connectors here. If it's in only one orientation, sure, find the proper orientation, push down firmly. ATX, PD, ATX, ATX. So the PD 12 volt connector provides additional power. Okay. So I got 3 plugs that I need to plug in. And then let's see if we can find this. There's a button that says start. I presume that is the button that I need to press to start it. But I would rather have something that actually specifically tells me. Retry button, slow mode switch, safe boot, start button. Here we are. Yes, press the start button to power up the system. So I don't need to hook up the front button here. I can just press that on button. So as long as I get the power routed and I press the on button, I got one header to plug in. I gotta do the power. I need the header for the CPU pump, 3 power connectors, and then we can hit start. And we'll need to figure out a monitor too. I've got a monitor on the side that I think I can just plug it right into, but we'll have to see what connectors it has, so TBD. I'm also not 100% certain what so this AMD has integrated graphics. I'm not 100% certain what is that gonna work? I don't know if you need to plug it into a specific thing to get it to work. TBD on that. So power. Let's get the cords. So this one says PSU. Just came out in 2 big bags. They look like they're sleeved pretty nice. I'm just gonna open up the bag. I don't really have a reason to keep the bag. Oh, I see. Okay. So it says, come on, PSU, which is backwards because I got my camera flipped, and then CPU. Guessing this is the one that we want. PCIe. And it kind of does matter just because it's got pins. just because it's got 8 of them. It kind of does matter which one you use. See? Can you see that hole? There's 8 little spots, whatever those are called, but only 6 of them have actual pins in there. So that's PCIe. This one says CPU. Oh, this is kind of cool. Does it split? So I don't have to, I run one cord and it goes into all of it? It looks like it. So this is going to be the other issue. I don't know if you can hear that. My cat's going in the box again. It's not terribly long. We might only have so many options to actually run this thing. I'm not going to want that hard drive case in there, at least for the moment. I'm going to just take that out, and we're going to try to run it underneath. Just through that hole. It'll be janky. It's going to get the job done for right now. I don't know how to do it. Ooh, I have to go underneath. Have any other options? Can I just take out this panel here? So this is, you can kind of see it. That right there is what you can put the reservoir on if you're using it. Okay. So, assuming, I mean, this is the biggest one, so I'm pretty certain it's it. We'll double check before we actually plug it in, but if we run this, I don't know if can you see? I mean, you can kind of you can see the case right there. Yeah. I'm not going to be able to go up and over, so I'm going to have to go through and out. Oh, I've got a grommet right here. Nice. Nice, I didn't notice that. You can see my finger. I got a grommet right there. I didn't notice that one. That one's probably going to be the one that we use, at least for right now. Okay. My ears are popping. Yeah, kind of getting over a sinus infection, I think. Yeah. No fun. Okay. Power supply installation guide. Test. No. So we could test the paperclip method. Nope, I'm not gonna try that. Try turning it on. can do that. I don't know if there's a button for the actual, like, there's different modes. You can do like fanless and hybrid and whatnot. So motherboard cable. Motherboard cable is this one. It's got two pieces here. Those go into the MB slots. And this routes up through. That's not enough. Okay, so my motherboard ones are on the top. Whose idea was it to not plug this in right away? Seriously. I'm gonna route this up right away through. Okay. I'm gonna have to turn it. I can't see enough. Look at all that I/O. There's some headers right at the bottom that I'm trying to be really careful about. Because I don't want to bend those. Yeah, seriously. kind of want to move that cage. But it's just like perfectly in the way. No. Ooh, sorry. Fallen. Oh my goodness. Here. So, get all dizzy here. Yeah, in retrospect, I should have bruised. The camera's tipping again. Okay, we're good. I think it's good. Maybe. Oh my gosh. It's only 2 screws actually like holding it in place here. So I'm gonna shift it out just a little bit. I suppose I could just pull the whole thing out just to make sure it's in there. I am not trusting that these Rolexes are actually pushed in. I just can't get that. There, that felt better. That's such an odd angle. Oh my goodness. Okay. We'll just let it sit there for a second. Let's get these other ones. CPU and PCIe. I don't know how much these matter. PCIe. PCIe split. Another PCIe. Here's the CPU. So all these PCIe, they only have 6. It's a 6 pins. Come on. They do have them labeled. The CPU one. So no, this is a 8 pin. Okay. Let's double check. Okay, so we have we needed 2 8 pins, and then that big honking one that we just put in there. And then we also need a 6 pin for the PD 12 volt power, which is actually separate. and I'm not going to deal with that one right now. And those I can route through the top, I would hope. Okay, so I need 2 A pins, PCIe, PSU, CPU, Molex, CPU, PSU. CPU, PCU. Okay, PSU. Got them. Alright, now we'll route these through the top here. No, I see the fan headers in the back here. This is kind of nice. Ooh, pull out really easy. Jeez. Okay, CPU, PSU. And that is on the far side of the board. I'm gonna have to take the cooler off to get those. Okay. Well, lovely. This should fit though. So, which one does this plug into? Back to Seasonic. CPU/PS PCIe. Those went in a lot easier. Holy cow. Okay. Oops. Get the PSU screwed back in. It's a good thing we were like redoing all this multiple times. That's sarcasm. Okay. What are we doing on time? Good thing we're not trying to get in the windows. All of this definitely always takes longer than I feel like it should. Okay. I think we've got most of it all like set up. So what we're gonna do, we're still in that. All right. Okay. I'm gonna move the camera. And we're gonna set it right next to me. I started doing a video on this. Pretty nifty camera. I can do 4K and it's got a pretty good big sensor for just theoretically what's qualified as a webcam, I would say. Definitely want to do more with it here. Part of it is time, part of it is just figuring it out, and some of these big projects I would like to get out of the way. Okay. Alright. See what that looks like. The green behind the decks is actually pretty sweet. Alright. This is gonna kind of get in the way a little bit of the GPU once we get that installed. But not awful. Need to plug that in right here. Give it some light. Alright, so we have some headers up here that we're gonna need to get to. I can't get to them right now. I'm gonna have to like pull that out for a sec. And then okay. Alright, cat. I don't need you on my lap. Sorry, I probably just blinded you. Oh, so many booklets. Okay, I need front panel, Victor, Gen 2, headers, alteration mode, RGB headers, BIOS switch, audio. Where is the? This thing's got too much stuff in it. Can't find the. Yeah, so some of those plugs on the top. Oh, here we go. Fan and pump headers. Kids are getting very interested in everything. All right, so A is CHA fan. I plugged in the CPU fan as far as I'm aware. There's a radiator fan and a W pump 2. For water cooling kits, connect the pump connector to the W pump 1/2 header. So there is a, can I? It's gonna be hard to get anything else up there. All right, so this is what I'm looking at here. We're back to the pin. My mouse is literally covered in stuff right now. Kitty is very interested in something that I do not want her to be. Okay, here we go. Max current, max power, Q fan controlled. So the pump pump is fine, always being full speed. Fine with that. And then there's CPU fans. Then radiator fans. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to connect this to CPU fans or the radiator fans. I assumed CPU because it was cooling the CPU, but now I'm starting to wonder if so I'm looking at the deep cool thing now, and that is not actually the right one. Deep cool. Oh, I suppose I can go like this. You actually even see it. Okay, so the fans need to go into the CPU fans. The pump goes into the AIO pump. And then there's RGB. So if I look at this, all right. Okay. So yeah, that works pretty good. So CPU fan and CPU opt, B and C. So it goes into 4 pins / CPU fan / C. So CPU opt is optional maybe. So I'm gonna plug it into B. Except what's CH fan 1P? So CPU fan and CPU fan optional are shared controls. And then there's CHA fan 1P. So I think I'm probably gonna do B and C here. Okay, and then I need pump, and we're gonna do that into AO pump slash W pump CPU fan slash CPU. Oh. So this says that I should plug that into AIO pump slash W pump CPU. Okay, on top. W pump CPU fan or CPU optional. But on here, I've got CPU fan, CPU optional. But CPU fan and CPU optional are both shared controls. I don't know what the A means. I'm guessing that's just a control. Does it say anything about? Okay, so there's max current, max power. I think I'm gonna plug it into the pump because I'm fine just always having it running, and we can always move it if I need to. Power here. We're going to whoa. Yeah, that's the plug I'm gonna plug in. Thank you, camera. What the hell? I don't get it. Okay, so I need to plug it into D, which is W pump. I can't tell if they're down. This is a 3-pin. Okay, it's a 3-pin, but it plugs into a 4-pin. Gotta make it complicated. Okay, so I need, so the part with the, zoom thing pretty good. This needs to be centered over that little block, so you can't really plug it in the wrong way. And it doesn't have a fan PWM, so that means that it's expected to run all time anyways, so it's not a big deal. I'm gonna turn that on. Probably not gonna look the best. Okay. Now, this chunk. No, I originally wasn't going to put it here. Might have to stay though. Problem is, it's going to suck to get this like heatsink thing down on the bottom here back on. So, I'm gonna end up. So this panel right here is kind of in the way too. Oh my goodness. Those connectors are so hard to get in and out, I swear. It's fine. It's fine for right now. Braided. It looks fine enough. I'll probably want to try to move it, but it's fine. Okay. We got that in there, and now I just need the fan or the ATX up there. So I'm gonna take this out if I can find my screwdriver. Just double checking. So A and B. I definitely plugged the header into the other. I want to go into CPU fan B, so I plugged that one in the wrong one. These things are ridiculous to get in, I swear. This back just a little bit. I'm gonna put this right here so it can rust. And not move. Hopefully not move. There we go. Ah, there we go. Goodness gracious. Okay, I think it's in there. Try to get some of these back to that grommet. So, alright, let's check. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'll just stuff it back there. Mostly as long as it's not hitting that fan, I'm not too worried about it. All right. Put it in there just a little bit, just to make sure this radiator doesn't fall out for whatever reason. And that sink, we've got everything plugged in. Do some double checks. We'll see if I can. We'll probably put it on the monitor right behind. Can you see it? That's fine. Okay. Cat hair. All right. So we've got a computer behind it. Light. So I've got some USB. I think I can just let's look at the docs real quick. So the CPU should have integrated graphics, so it should be able to do video out straight from the motherboard, and I don't need a GPU, and I need to figure out what connector to use. So there's certain, I think, outputs that will drive the GPU, or will drive the iGPU rather. So I need to double check to figure out which one is that, and then we need to plug in the power and plug in the monitor and give it a shot. So like, if you see from here and then the IO that you saw before, we don't actually have any HDMI. So I think it's just DisplayPort out of turn this off. That better? Yeah. It's just DisplayPort out, I believe, on maybe that number 7. It doesn't actually show it on here, which is kind of interesting. So there's port C2. Now the question is, how do I match it up? RAID, Q code. Does it have anything with a monitor on here? Let's see. Here. Oh, BIOS updating. BIOS flashback. Don't need to do that. Fan controller. Front IO connectors. We will need to eventually do that, but not right now. Yeah, so it has this fan hub. I don't think I'm going to use it because I've got a fan. I've got a fan hub in the case too. So TBD on which one I end up using. And I think I would prefer to just have everything connected to the motherboard and control it through that. Because as I understand, then I could theoretically run any software to control the fans. I could set my own fan curves, which would be something I would prefer to do. Alright, well, I'm not seeing anything. Front IO, TX motherboard. There's really nothing in the front IO section either that says anything specifically about like this can do video out. Audio IO connections. Okay, well, let's check the internet real quick. Move some stuff out of it so I can get to the keyboard and a mouse somewhere underneath all of this stuff. It would be so nice to get this built and all of this stuff cleaned up. Oh my, and we're on 4 hours. Oof. Okay, we can get it going. We can get it going. If I remember what I was doing, Asus ROG, stream something or other. Stream AX670E. There's a bunch of BIOS updates and stuff too. We're really not gonna be able to. I mean, theoretically, I think we could do them, but like, I bought this, and then they had a bunch of like things come out about CPUs frying, which is lovely to hear. It's just what I want to hear. Yeah, so like there's this OLED, so like I'm gonna potentially have to like plug in a bunch of this stuff. I don't know how to use your thing though. Support maybe. Okay. Integrated. I mean, this is just like a general fact, isn't it? Yeah. Drivers and utilities, simplified English. I mean, this is basically what we were looking at before, right? It's the BIOS manual. Yeah, this is effectively what we were looking at. So like if we would search for can we actually even search this? Knowing. Okay, yeah, it is searchable. Graphics. Okay, so 2 times USB 4 ports support USB Type-C display outputs. There's an asterisk there. I don't like asterisks. So I think we need to do USB-C, which is fine because I have my Mac normally hooked up to the monitor that I was expecting to use. So if we do that, fingers crossed, we get something showing up there. Let's see if we can shift stuff around just a slight bit here. Move this over here. You really cannot see it, can you? Move it this way. Go ahead, take a peek at that for a second. Let's see if this works. Yeah, kind of. You're gonna like see my outside a little bit here. Like, should get the job done, I guess. Turning it just a bit so you can see some of the monitor. You can see, hopefully, to see if the fans turn on, because those should turn on. So, power cord. Give it a shot. Crawl under the desk, I guess. Never mind, there's no really plugs there. We'll try the other side. All right, plugged in. Let's flip the switch and then I'll press the start button here. Got lights. Oh, come on. There we go. You can see yourself, camera, can't you? Why does it keep zooming in? Stop. It's not a bad view. Yeah. Start button. Fans are rolling. You can see them going. Got to plug this in though. We can't get to the BIOS. I can see the BIOS screen if I don't have the BIOS thing plugged in. can see there it says memory test, so that's a good sign. So we got a memory code. And it said that we had a storage code as well, which is expected because we don't have storage. I think it'll still let us get into BIOS though. So do a memory test. Oh. That little OLED is kind of nice though. Not gonna lie. You can see the Q code thing up there. I can read that would be where I would read the read the number Q code, but like it's saying everything right there, so sweet. I think I can hear the pump going as well, which is good. You can see it, well, you can't see it, but the back fan is not plugged in, which is why it's not running, which is fine. Basically open air at this point, so. Pretty quiet though. I feel like this memory test is taking longer than I thought it would. It did a restart. So we're gonna put a cover on here, and that's gonna be lit up. That and that are gonna be lit up. This is all lit up here. Fans are gonna be lit up. This is why I didn't feel like I needed the fans up on top lit up as well. There's enough RGB in there for me. Still saying memory test. Looks like the Q code says 64. Let's flip over to that real quick while we're waiting. So yeah, it's working. It says CPU DXE initialization started. I don't remember it taking quite this long, but it might be a got a lot of RAM. I don't know if that makes a difference. So we'll let it run for a little bit. Or try turning the monitor on and off again. So the monitor says no signal from USB-C. I was hoping to do some work today. It definitely took longer than I was hoping. I think some of this is like combination of case and like motherboard doing a lot more than I had dealt with in the past. So like there's just lots more things to like plug in and deal with. Still same memory test though. Alright, well, I can't get to the monitor for the main computer that you can see. Kind of my laptop. I'm just gonna. Sounds like there's a potential BIOS issue? If it's stuck on memory test. Motherboard code of 00 is not what I'm seeing though. Still 64. Let's try searching for that. I don't think 64 is... I mean, that seems like a reasonable code. I don't feel like something big went wrong. Still say memory test. Let's check out the memory test and just say code 64. I didn't really have a chance to see what the codes were before. Oh, code 64 is usually a pause whilst BIOS tries to recognize a device plugged into a USB port. Okay. Can we double check which? So on the IO, it wasn't super clear, like on the IO shield. There's writing. Let's see, 7. It doesn't say anything about ports in the booklet. It doesn't say anything about ports that are equipped for display, which is ridiculous. So 2 is USB gen type gigabit, type A. So there's a type. We got 1. All right, so 7. Okay, so 9 and 11 are the USB 4. It did say USB 4 is the one with the display. How's the build going? Things have happened. Things are in there. Fans are spinning. The first lovely thing, I didn't have an SSD. My M.2 drive package is empty. So that was a great way to start the build. We've got stuff in there now. I'm gonna have to I don't have all the fans connected and everything. I'm gonna have to go through and do all the headers and all the fans and stuff. I took too long to do everything else. Empty, just straight up empty. I was like, wait, did I drop it? Yeah, but if the thing that it came in was like a metal tin instead of just like the little plasticky thing that like RAM or whatever sometimes comes in. So like when I got it and felt it felt like the appropriate weight, but it was all just like it was just a metal tin. It was just empty. So it was like a metal tin inside of a box that was empty, which is kind of. Otherwise, I obviously would have noticed if the box was like super light. So it's on memory test. I think it's because I plugged in that USB in it. It is not being happy now. I think there's like a. So I don't think it's actually doing a memory test. That OLED is ridiculous. Okay. So there's 2 IO out on the motherboard that support display. Both USB-C. I think when I plugged it in, they're not labeled very well. I think when I plugged my USB-C that goes to the monitor in, I plugged it into the wrong port, and it's 64, which is the Q code that I was getting. I believe is, from what I was googling and finding on the internet, it's like searching for a USB device, like it's trying to understand it, which would make sense. So it's just unplugged right now, so it should hopefully boot. We have a 15. Yeah, and like, I don't know, the case is nice. It's definitely not meant for an EATX though. So like all my grommets along the side here, you can kind of see where that RGB is. They're completely covered. So I've got grommets up at the top, which are also covered by the radiator. And then I got 1 grommet at the bottom. So yeah, I put in the radiator thinking I could actually route stuff, and then yeah, it turns out I couldn't. So we've put stuff in and taken stuff out a couple times now. Still code 15. What is this? Okay, so it's going through codes. Also, the radiator blocks the Q code thing too, which sucks. For the radiator fans. I think that says D7 up there. Memory test again. No console input devices found. Makes sense. I don't have anything plugged into you. I wonder if I'm gonna. Is it gonna matter if I plug in the keyboard? I'd be surprised that it complains about that. I'd presume that it gets the post at minimum. Yeah, so I don't think it actually is in memory test right now. Let me go grab I think I got a little keyboard downstairs. I'm gonna grab that, plug that in. I'll plug in a monitor, hopefully into the right USB-C port this time, and give it another shot. Yep, we're turning it off again. Okay. At least it's like turning on, the fans are spinning, you know, so like that's something. I don't remember which one's the display. Yeah, so it's the two middle ones. I'm pretty sure I had it in the right slot. Alright, let's try it again. This case is definitely a little bit bigger than I was kind of expecting it to be. Like dimensional wise, like I knew how big it was. But like now that I have it in person, I'm like, oh. Okay, it says 15 at the top right now. Q. Pre-memory system agent initialization started. Okay. There we go. Oh, hard drive. Yep. Okay. Sure. Oh. Hey, we got something on the screen. New CPU installed. FTPM NV corrupted or FTPM NV structure changed. Press Y to reset. If you have BitLocker or encryption enabled, the system will not boot without a recovery key. Press N to keep previous record. FTPM will not enable in the new CPU, and you can swap back to the old CPU to recover. I guess I want to reset, eh? But we got display, so you know that's good. AMD FTPM NV corrupted. On Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's just reset it. Because there's literally not an SSD in there, so. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Now, I don't know if it's gonna boot right into the BIOS, or if it's gonna go right to the BIOS, or if I actually have to like press the delete key or something. But since it doesn't have an OS, I'm kind of expecting it to go right to BIOS. But I'm not certain. So it could be that it just hangs and doesn't go anywhere, and that I need to actually like hold the delete key or whatever to get into BIOS. But basically, I mean, if we get to BIOS, which I feel like we're pretty close, that's where we're gonna call it. That's as far as we're gonna get. I'll do a bunch of rerouting, put in the SSD, and I think anything else further from here is all gonna be stuff after the fact. I'll just do it off stream. Okay, we got a bunch of new CPU codes. Hey, BIOS. And it did say press delete key to get into it, and I didn't. So, I think I can call everything else good. The fans that are plugged in are working. It sounds like the pump is working too. I don't know. They're real cool. The fans are going at full bore, so at least I'm assuming this is full bore. Alright, we might end up doing what's 15 again. I think 15 is that recognizing device or whatever. or is it an initialization? Oh, okay, it's doing the codes again. Are we gonna see a BIOS screen? Delete. And new setup. Sweet. Okay. It recognizes all the memory. It's still doing 4800 DDR5. I need to see my outside. Everything else seems fine. Please enter setup. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So just out of curiosity, I don't know about Expo. Still kind of busy. Good enough. My car voltage is definitely up there though, which is weird. I think that's that issue with I don't remember if it's the monitor in the BIOS sets off or if it's something else. All right, let's AMD X Pro. I just want to see if it actually shows up as an option. If it shows up as an option, then I think I'm gonna just assume that it's fine. Asus BIOS turn on AMD X Pro. In advanced mode, AI tweaker. There we go, Expo 1 and 2. I don't know what the difference is, to be honest. Guessing 1? Right? Yeah, there we go. DDR. I'm gonna leave it off for right now. But DDR 6000, which is what we got. So I think we're good. I think we call this a success. Other than like all the things that went wrong. do I save? Oh, okay. I think we're good. Now I just need to go through the process of like actually getting my SSD, and then like holy cord management. I didn't plug in any of the headers for the front IO. I didn't plug in any of the case fans. I've lost half my grommets, so I have to figure out how to route stuff better there. But that's going to be a lot easier. I'm going to just move stuff over to the table, and I'll take over the table for a little bit and probably hook all that up tonight. But I'm not going to be able to get Windows set up, and that's not happening on stream. Sorry, y'all. But I mean, we've been going for almost 5 hours now, so like I should probably get some work done here. We'll go here. You can turn it off. Yeah, I'm calling it a success as best as we can. Would have liked to do it faster. Got a lot more stuff to do. I'll probably do what I can and wrap up everything and make a shorter video because 5 hours is a big number. And there's a bunch of stuff that we didn't get installed and we didn't actually get to run anything, so that will be forthcoming though. As far as today, I think we're done. So next week, we'll see how the computer build finishes up. I might still end up streaming on the old one and probably back to our regular content, at least for a little bit. So next Tuesday. See you then. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Bye.